Thank you so much. Let's be seated. All right. I'd like to welcome dear President once again to the air table. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being around, for gracing this beautiful occasion. I'd like to recognize some important dignitaries on the air table before the President takes his speech. Seated next to our own chairman of the branch is ESV Abdulaziz Olabode. Please let's welcome, let's appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Essays of Laws and Values and our national treasurer. Let's appreciate him once again. Thank you so much, sir. Seated very next to him is a brother. It's a brother, and it's no other than our own publicity secretary, national publicity secretary, ESV Monday Olodu. Let's welcome him. Let's appreciate him. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd like to also recognize our branch chairman, several branch chairman, the branch chairman of your branch, ESV Fisayo Ogupi. Let's welcome him. Sir, Lord bless you. Thank you for coming. Our branch chairman from Ondo State, ESV Tomide Akelabi. You're welcome, sir. Let's appreciate him. A branch from Ekiti State, ESV Shana Ekundayo. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. The Lord bless you. And a branch from Kwara State, ESV Kehinde Ali. You're welcome. The Lord bless you, sir. Right. So I want to also recognize and bring to the air table teachers in the profession, and of course, resource persons into the MCPD. I'd like to bring to the podium, one after the other, our own professors. I'd like to start from Professor Abel Olaleye, one of the resource persons for today. Please come with me. He has a Professor Abel Olaleye. Let's appreciate him, please. Let's appreciate him, please. Thank you so much, Oga, for coming. I want to also bring to the air table another resource person. Please, I have the singular honor to bring to the air table Estate Surveyor and Valuer Professor T.T. Oladokun. Let's welcome him to the air table. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for coming. All right, while our dignitaries are coming in, we'll be introducing them.
Thank you, Ngeko Anko. I want to introduce part of the encourage that follow the president into this great auditorium. Please join me to welcome Estate Surveyor and Valuer Daily Joseph, fellow of the institution, all the way from Abuja. Please, I still want to welcome to the auditorium Estate Surveyor and Valuer Olagoke. He's one of the unofficial of the institution.
You're welcome, sirs. So without much ado, I'd like to invite our president for his speech. Program.
So girl, try to understand that the man is just a man. That's the dirty love. I'm feeling love. You know it from the start, but you know it at the part. That's the way I give my love. I'm still in love. I'm still in love. What a man gotta do. What a man gotta do. Girl, promise and no bling bling for all the girl. But I just love it when me fling control a girl. And I make your head swirl, and I make your body twirl, and I make you wanna be my one and only baby girl. Night out tonight, make you feel up to keep you warm. Girl, you never get this kind of loving from your body. I know you want your cat, and me just can't perform. Feel very baby. I know you get a little loving of a God. Know how to let me. I know no time for no kissing and chow. To kiss me. I do me take a little advice on. Girl. I love you, baby. I don't see love. I feel you. When I'm about to end a player, and you know I'm not to say that the dirty love. I feel love. You can't you understand that the man is just a man. That's the dirty love. I feel the blessed love from the start, but you know we're at the part. That's the way I get my love. I'm feeling love. Yes, I'm feeling love. What a man gotta do, what a man gotta do, girl. Dog love, bye. But
to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions, for the champions.
Thank you very much. Let me say that it's my utmost pleasure to be here again. I'm sure you all know that this is my home. And I'm always very happy to come to Osun, because this is where I come from. As you all know, my secondary school was right here in Osogbo. University Ife. And I was born at Wesley Guild Hospital, Ilesha. And the good thing about my Ijesha story is that my brother is now the Owa Oboku of Ijesha land. So you have to be prepared to follow me to Ilesha when we are doing the Iwuye ceremony. So can I have your hand up if you are going to join me? If I invite you, you will come. Let me see. So everybody. Okay. The video has recorded you. Thank you very, very much. The National Treasurer of the institution, the National Publicity Secretary, of course, the chairman of the branch, Prince Chief Adekunle Adedoye, my very dear brother, the minority leader of the council, You know why we call him minority leader? You don't know. You know, okay, I'll tell you. You know, unofficial members, there are 10 of them. He happens to be the last 10, the last number. The last man standing. And I remember when the counting was on, the last few hours, this man became very gentle. Started consulting the gods. In fact, he consulted the room and everything, even Allah, Jesus Christ. But eventually it happened. So to Iperu, I think Chapade. From there, we moved to Oshogbo. So I want to acknowledge all the branch chairmen. Please, can you be upstanding for recognition and special acknowledgement? All the branch chairmen here, please. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And all my entourage. Of course, I cannot forget to recognize their prof. Where is prof? He's a member of your branch, but I was wondering because I saw that he was he recently got an appointment in South Africa, so I was thinking he's already gone there. Yes, yes. And my dear prof, you were too is here. Professor Adegoke, you know you are blessed in this branch. You have so many professors. Can you clap for yourself? Can you clap for yourself? And the good thing about these professors are they are actually helping the institution. They are not just helping the branch, but they are also helping at the national level. Professor Adegoke is the chairman of our education committee at the national level. I want to tell you that he's doing extremely well. Thank you, Prof. I want to recognize also or to appreciate the branch executive for the good work you are doing, and all the fellows and members of this distinguished branch. Please, you deserve a round of applause. Please appreciate yourself, and let's appreciate you. Thank you so much. I thank also my friends and co-laborers, Ushukwa Adini, Kunle Ogushola, thank you for being part of us. And also my younger brother, Demola Otitola. Please, can you appreciate it for me? You see the power of microphone. And especially when you are the president. So if it were to be one-on-one, he will contest that he's not my younger brother. But now the only voice you can hear is my voice. So my younger brother, you are welcome. So my dear noble colleagues, thank you very much. It gives me immense pleasure to extend warm greetings to distinguished invitees. I understand the Commissioner for Special Duties supposed to be here. I understand he's on his way. I also thank him for accepting the invitation of the branch. I welcome cordially the all the other invitees to this very important MCPD. I'm sure you extended your invitation to the second vice president and also the chairman of MCPD. I also like to extend my sincere welcome to the facilitators. I've already acknowledged him, perhaps not as facilitator now, Professor Ebel Olaleye, and of course, Professor Oladokun. And I also recognize specially my dear brother, although he has left us in the struggle to take care of the institution. He's busy making money, but we don't begrudge him. But the only thing is that as you make the money, just remember to pay tithe to the institution. My dear brother, Makonjuola Ojewumi, you are welcome. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for the good work you are doing with the Oyo State branch. There is a challenge. There's a challenge that I'm going to throw regarding our Oyo State branch. And you know, I also belong to Oyo State branch. The branch secretariat, we need to do something about it. I'm talking to my brother, Makonjuola Ojewumi. We need to do something about it. You know, we started it together. And I want to make sure that we don't abandon it. Whatever it requires, we need to come together and do it. I'm very proud of Osun. And I was just talking to the branch chairman. I'm not happy with what I'm seeing here. It detracts from the beauty and the hard work that you have done here. So he was explaining some things to me, but I want to say that immediately you should remove this, and we have POP there. This place, and I'll personally pay for that. We see the beauty of this place has been taken away by the look of this ceiling. We need to make sure that it is better lit, and we can actually be more comfortable. You know, so please let it be done immediately. I understand you also want to do some work in the roof. Please, can I give you this assignment that before our conference, this should be done? Please, thank you. An African adage says, a chief is like a forest. Everyone can go there and get something. There is a lot to gain from you. I'm talking about our facilitators of today, which is why you have been invited. Thank you for obliging us. As a professional body that plays critical role in national development, NIESV places great premium on capacity building of its members. And this has greatly impacted us and also enhanced our capacity and the quality of services we render to our clients and to the society. This is a positive development and a big plus for our profession. Our gathering today is to enrich our knowledge as we brainstorm on a timely infrastructure development facilitates economic growth, development, and prosperity. That is why nations across the world, particularly developed nations, invest hugely and consistently in infrastructure. The real estate, which is rightly acknowledged as the key driver of economic growth and development, leverages on infrastructure provision and develop and availability of it to perform optimally. In other words, the best way to spur economic development and to refinance an economy which is challenged and experiencing a downturn like ours is by investing in infrastructure, the multiplier effects of such initiatives are numerous, and individual businesses will thrive which help to boost efficiency, competence, confidence, credibility, leadership skills, and ultimately helps to accomplish career goals. Jaggi Vosdev, the Indian author of several books and frequent speakers at international forums, said, if you want to be successful, don't seek success. Seek competence, empowerment. Do nothing short of the best that you can do. But we all know that competence, empowerment, and being our best bring about success. Distinguished colleagues, today's outing promises to enhance our skills and competencies in our quest to be relevant at all times in today's dynamic but competitive world. Some of the best hands with depth in the industry and global practices are here to impact us, and I'm sure we shall all be nourished with knowledge at this seminar. I would like to use this privileged opportunity to request that we make the best of today's training success. I want to thank the chairman of Osun State Branch, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Prince Chief Kunle Adedoye, FNIVS, members of his executive committee, and the MCPD organizing committee for their hard work in packaging and delivering this very important MCPD topic. Very, very relevant. It is truly amazing. Well done, each and every one of you. I welcome you all once again to this seminar, and I'm persuaded that we all have a great time ahead. On this note, it is therefore my honor and privilege to declare this program open in the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you for listening. God bless you all. Thank you.
Let's appreciate the president. Thank you so much, sir. Let's keep appreciating until he returns to his seat. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. The president said something very, very instructive. He said, in seeking success, we need to seek competence. I think that will be one of my take-home as a person. And in seeking success, one should seek competence. Because in our days, the competent are not confident. The confident are not competent. If you see those who sell drugs in the vehicle, they are not competent, but they are confident with their drugs. If you are not careful, Ogweku will say,
Thank you very much. Thank you, the president of our noble institution. Before we go further, I want to quickly introduce some of the entourage that followed the president into this auditorium that I was unable to mention the other time. Esther Savio and Valua Adebayo Adeshola, you are most welcome. Esther Savio and Valua Alara Buki, you are most welcome. Esther Savio and Valua Abolaji Fatuki, you are much welcome. Esther Savio and Valua Edemo Adewole Samuel, you are much welcome. Esther Savio and Valua Adusa Sikiru, you are much welcome. Esther Savio and Valua Tunji Olajimoke, we sincerely appreciate your coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the chairman of our branch, MCPD, our own state publicity secretary. At this point in time, I want to invite for his speech the representative of the national CPD chairman, and that's the person of Estate Savio and Valua Adewale Adedokun. Let's appreciate him as he comes here.
Thank you very much. The president and chairman of the council permit me to maintain already established protocol. I stand before you this morning on behalf of the chairperson, National MCPD Committee, in person of Estate Savio and Valua Fatima Olowokore, NIESV. I want to read his welcome address. You are welcome to this important discussion on infrastructural development in the face of economic downturn. As we all know, economic challenges often lead to reduced investment, hinder growth, and financial instability. However, in such time, infrastructure remains critical driver of recovery and long-term prosperity. The focus of today's gathering is to explore how we can continue to advance infrastructural development despite economic setback, emphasizing the importance of sound legal and legislative framework from government to support strong strategies, investment in such critical tenure. A solid structure ensure the policies are in place in attract and protect investor, which is vital to maintain momentum in infrastructure projects during difficult period. Equally important is the ethical practice of estate surveyors and valuers in navigating this complex terrain. In time of economic downturn, transparency, fairness, and professional integrity are essential in mitigating risk and promoting trust among stakeholders. estate surveyor and valuer must uphold ethical standard, ensuring accurate valuation, transparent negotiations, and responsible decision making. Their role in maintaining value and reducing uncertainty in infrastructural development is paramount, and their commitment to ethical practice can significantly contribute to the sustainability and success of projects during challenging economic times. Finally, as we confront economic downturn, alternative and innovative financing system have emerged as a vital strategy for ensuring the continuity of infrastructural development. Traditional funding methods may no longer suffice, but through public-private partnership, PPP, impact investing, green bonds, and other creative financing mechanisms, we can unlock new sources of capital to drive growth and leveraging these innovative solutions. We can not only wither the economic system, but also lay a foundation for resilient and sustainable infrastructure that will continue to serve generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, together, we have opportunity to explore these strategies and making meaningful progress as we listen to our facilitators, scholars, even in the face of adversity. I welcome you on behalf of National MCPD Chairperson, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Fatima Olowokure. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him as he goes back to his seat.
Noble colleagues, sorry. While I was delivering my address, I omitted to actually acknowledge personally one of our, senior colleagues. I'm sure you all know him. That's why he's here. I've not seen him for some time, but each time I see him, I feel encouraged. He's one of those who I've known to be very, very forthright in this profession, very principled. And I think, we are looking forward to him to actually do more. But this is his journey. But I cannot but personally recognize him. And I'm talking of no other person than Estate Surveyor and Valuer Ibukun Jolayemi. Please, can you be upstanding for recognition? Thank you so much. He's a past vice chairman of the Lagos State branch. And we thank you so much for your services to the institution. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. That sounds very encouraging. All right. At this point in time, I'd like to invite you for his speech, our own digital chairman, the chairman of Osun branch. Permit me to welcome to the microphone for his speech, NIESV Adekule, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Adekule, Estate Surveyor Chief Prince. You're welcome, sir.
Very good morning to everybody. My president, the 26th president of Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuer. If you want to clap for the president, I think we have to clap very well. My president, sir, with due respect and with your kind permission, I want to read this address, and it's going to be a brief one. And before I go ahead, I would like to appreciate him because for him to be here this morning, it was not actually easy. And he made a promise that he will be here. And he finally find himself in Osun State. Can you give him a round of applause, please? And when he was coming, he came with entourage, plenty of us, including the chief errand boy of Osun State branch. And these people are wonderfully and fearfully made. All branch chairmen from Southwest are here this morning.
One of them is from North Central.
Some are from Central. North Central. Okay, Kwara Chia. Kwara Chia, you are duly recognized. And let me recognize somebody because she's supposed to be resting, but we drag her down to this place. That is HOD, Sapade Polytechnic. They did convocation yesterday.
Host at the University of Lagos, University of Kaduna, Kaduna State, and Ajayi Crowther University in Oyo, all in Nigeria, and University of married and blessed with children. Please join me to welcome Professor Olaleye to the microphone.
Thank you so much. I'm told we are giving 35 minutes. Well, I will try not to, but I used to say that some of us that are short, not of good height, like my Professor Adegoke, with all due respect, Mr. President, sir, if we still keep our address short, we are going to be changing ourselves. So to balance it, we start long, so that when we add to the short height, we'll be able to meet.
That's why 35 minutes is very long. A taller person will have been given 20 minutes.
I understand.
But because you are also tall, that's why we are giving you 35 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. I will try not to spend up to that. And I will try also not to be like I'm in class. Especially when I shared materials, I tend to spend more time. But I will try. I've looked at the environment. I say that we need to keep it short. But all said, and even having identified the fact that, yes, we have looked at the protocol, I will still want to appreciate Mr. President, the 26th President of the Nigerian University Survey and Valuer, for the effort that we've been doing, and again, for counting some of us worthy to be of service to the institution. We appreciate your effort. We appreciate you, sir. And then we pray the Lord continue to be with you and grant you safe landing in Jesus' name. The National MCPD MCPD, represented by our friend here. We appreciate you. We welcome you. Our entourage, the presidential entourage, you are welcome, Sas and Ma. And the branch chairman, the IPC, and all protocol duly observed. So if I have left any, please forgive me. The topic given me here, I will say it's simple but I love it to an extent in the sense that it makes me to also add to the little I already know about, do I say law? Because this is more of law. But pardon me, I've just changed legislative to regulatory. So I have legal and regulatory and not legal and legislative. I stand to be corrected. I just felt that legal and legislative seems synonymous. So I prefer using legal and regulatory. Apology, please. This about framework and investment strategy for infrastructure development in the country, particularly when we are stressed, when there is no money from government. And in looking at this topic, I've looked at it basically breaking it down into about 4 areas. The first thing is the introduction. And in introduction, what I emphasize here, we have the papers. Well, what I emphasize is the importance of infrastructure. We all know we can't be here without the thing called infrastructure. It is the thing that drives the economy. We must move. Power, we must have it. And to that extent, very, very important. And as a result of the importance, we realize that it is essential. Any nation, any country, any state for that matter, must have to emphasize and find ways of providing the necessary facilities and infrastructure services for its citizens. And to that extent, it makes it very important. In actual fact, it's a measure for which they want to determine whether an economy is thriving or not. So, given the importance, every nation, every government will strive to be sure that they have that provision for the citizens. But in Nigeria, we all know that it's not easy. Like most developing countries, the fund is not readily available. And to that extent, governments all over the world, particularly developing countries, will begin to find ways by which you can annex private capital. Some data put it that Nigeria will need about $3 trillion to be able to bridge the gap in infrastructure for the next 30 years. Augusto, a rating agency, also put it at 2 point. Augusto put it at 3. The Ministry of Finance, through the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan, they put it at 2.3 trillion. But I said here, whatever data we choose to go with, the point is 2 things are important, or we can bring out from this. There is enormous gap in our infrastructure. Not only that, we need so much fund to be able to bridge this gap. Those 2 things, and to that extent, we are saying that government have now realized, unfortunately, we are also, the debt burden is becoming so much to the extent that this thing cannot be met unless we find something else to do. I was listening to the channel yesterday where Madam Debt, I used to call Madam Debt Office. The debt office was saying we are owing local currency 140, is it 43 or 45, she call it, trillion naira that Nigeria is owing. And so, given that, it's certain that without some form of innovation or some form of actions trying to annex the capital of private entity may be very difficult for government to meet this provision. And so because of this huge deficit, we are saying that this underscores the importance of annexing private capital in providing infrastructure. But that is not where I'm going. If you then want to do that, something becomes very important. You cannot come up in form of collaboration or agreement with private entity without having a legislative or a regulatory framework on ground. This is what we serve as the guide within which the contract, the agreement, whatever they want to do must have to be entered into. Otherwise, we will create chaos or conflict here and there. So, because all along, every government, nations, states are now beginning to realize that there is need to annex private capital. Then, the need to do that is bringing the need to get something on ground to be able to get a guide, a framework that will guide the relationship between private entity and government entity. This framework is what we just discussed within a few minutes here. Is my own take or my own assignment is to just run through the legal and regulatory framework guiding infrastructural development in the country, and particularly in Osun State. I'm not sure whether we have one, but we'll get there. In going through it, like I said before, I have looked at it basically from four perspectives, or dividing into 4 areas. I have introduced the basis of why or what I'm going to do here, and basically is to look at what is the main infrastructural framework for development or infrastructural development in the nation, and what are the challenges, or do I say what are the gaps that are there, with a view to see how we can move this thing forward. So I'm going to be discussing basically the investment strategy for infrastructural development in the second section. Then we will look at the legal and regulatory framework governing PPP arrangement in the country. And then what are the gaps that are there for us to see how we can move this thing forward. The 5th section concludes. I will not take much time with investment strategies that are involved, knowing fully well that I want to believe that the 3rd paper will dwell on it. But to some extent, I will mention, and what I have done here, there are a number of strategies that can be used when you are talking of public-private sector arrangement. But the basic one that is common even throughout the world is the one they call PPP, public-private partnership. It has its variants, but generally it's called PPP. PPP started in UK, I think in 1992, as what they call private finance initiative. And as known, the essence is for government to be able to annex private capital for the purpose of building public entity and entering into agreement in a way that the private entity will still be able to get something for what they are doing. So PPP, I'm going to be focusing on PPP here, briefly discuss this strategy. And like I said, it started in UK as private finance initiative, but has come to be known as PPP in the recent past. Throughout the world, PPP describes a contractual agreement or arrangement in which private entity provides infrastructural services under market condition. In other words, you expect government to provide infrastructure, earning nothing out of it. They are not going to be charging anything. But when there is going to be public-private partnership, you expect a market condition. In other words, the private entity will be expected to charge whatever is going to get for its profit, while the government will also share in the risk. So it's a kind of arrangement where the private entity provide capital. In actual fact, government may not be bringing anything except to share in the risk. So there is the arrangement is a financial model that enable public sector to still be able to provide public infrastructure, making use of private capital. It comes with its variants, both and all that. But basically, it's a collaboration. It gives an opportunity for collaboration and agreement between public authorities and private sector companies to work together in the procurement of public infrastructure. And I said, depending on the variance of PPP, what is important is the private participant oftentimes will be asked to design, to build, to finance, to maintain, and even operate. But that, like I said, it depends on the variance that is coming up with. In Nigeria, specifically, I said several projects were successfully executed using PPP. Some of them we are familiar with. Federal government has concession according to Enebeli and Ijoku. They concession 26 port terminals to private terminal operators on a long-term contract. We have Muritala Mohammed Airport, MM2 in Lagos. This was about the first major BOT, build, operate, transfer infrastructure project to be contracted by the Nigerian government. It was contracted to by company in 2013. It's also on record that two major roads in Lagos, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, was to be concessions to by company, but I think eventually there was issue and they went ahead and do it by contract during good luck Jonathan era. I'm not sure. I think they're still in it. It's in court, but that's not where we are. But it was concession in 2013, but the contract could not go along. We also have Lagos Express, Lagos Lekki Ekpe Road by the Lagos state government. That then there is also the Lekki Deep Sea Port project, among others in some other states and MDAs. We have our institutions, especially universities now that I'm familiar with. Most of our hostel development now are on BOT or PPP, a variance of PPP. So, like I said before, we have variance of PPP as an investment strategy for infrastructure development. We have the service contracts. We have the one they call build, own, operate, transfer, BOOT. We have build, operate, own, operate, maintain, transfer, boom. We have BOT, about the most common. Build, operate, transfer. Build, transfer, operate, BTO. Design, build, finance, and operate. And a number of them that people now use to partner with private entity with a view to provide infrastructure. I have a table there that describes most of these variants. I'm not going into that so that I can go straight into what we are here to do. Let me give Mr. President no problem. You're welcome, sir. So, let me continue, please. I said the variance as described in table 1, I'm not going to go through that. We can as well, look at it when we get to homes. Well, I'm going to be focusing on the legal and the regulatory framework governing PPP in Nigeria. That is for infrastructural development. I've said it that is a major strategy, public-private partnership, and because it involves collaboration, there must be a legal and regulatory framework. Otherwise, there will be conflict. Having looked at it, the only legal framework that stands tall among them, or I call it the main legislative framework, is the Infrastructure Construction Regulatory Commission Act of 2005, enacted by federal government. Some state, well, I stand to be corrected, but I'm familiar with only Lagos State that has. I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, Osun State is having a regulatory framework for infrastructural development. I said I'm starting to be corrected. But that is a challenge that I mentioned later in the conclusion, that the NIESV should partner with government and see how the state government can have a standard regulatory framework for infrastructural development like Lagos is having one. So the Infrastructure Construction Regulatory Commission Act seems to be the main, and that is not to say that we don't have others. Others in different sectors can be identified. Like we have the Electricity Regulatory Act that regulates the electricity sector in Nigeria. We have the Communication Act that regulates the telecommunication sector. We have even the PPE, the Procurement Act that regulates the procurement within government sector. We have I mentioned before, the Debt Management Office has its own regulation that manages. All these acts are identified in this small paper that I've prepared, right from Highway Act 1971, right from, the Debt Management Office Establishment Act. We have the Electricity Power Sector Reform Act. We have the Nigerian Communication Act that regulates the telecommunication sector. But what I find is that the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Act seems to be the main that coordinates all these other sectors and acts with a view to coordinating the infrastructural development in the country. And to that extent, while looking at the gap in our regulatory and legal and regulatory framework, I concentrated on the ICRC Act, that is Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission Act. This act is there to coordinate every PPP that federal government is doing. The only one that looks like it within the state is the Lagos State Public-Private Partnership Law of 2011. This act set up the Lagos PPP office, the Lagos State Office of the Public-Private Partnership. These have a number of portfolios that they have done. I wouldn't have the time to go through what ICRC Act is meant for, but I would say it's divided basically into two parts. The first aspect provides guidelines for any government agency to enter into PPP arrangement with private sector for the construction, maintenance, and operation of federal government infrastructural services and facilities. The act tries or stipulates that there will be some priority projects that every MDAs, ministry, departments, and agency will be able to do, but their own is to be able to coordinate and take over this PPP having completed by these different sectors. They are there. I mean, the second part now establishes the commission. The commission is called the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, ICRC, under the Act, which is the part 2 of the Act. This commission now is to issue regulatory guidelines that will be guiding what other sectors, even these other sectors under the various acts, what they will be doing. So, as it is, it appears mainly what ICRC Act gives the commission is to serve as a coordinating body. It gives them the power. But one thing one have noticed in the act while going through, even as authors have said, is that they have there is power, do I say, without authority, or authority without power. That's the way they say it. Authority without power. They have the right to coordinate, but I noticed that there is no sanction if any of the sectors decided to err on any of their guidelines. To that extent, is a major flaw in the act, because when the NRC, the Electricity Act, the National Communication Act, each of these sectors, they have their Debt Management Office, Procurement Act regulates how BPE, that is Bureau of Public Enterprise, will be conducting themselves in terms of federal government procurement and all that. But having procured a particular infrastructure with a private entity, they must coordinate. The guidelines issued by ICRC is to the effect that they need to get to know, they keep record of this infrastructure project. But having issued guidelines, I'm saying that it appears the power to sanction or be sure that their regulations or what have you, the rules are followed, is not so stated in the Act. One authors have also said that the Act failed to even stipulate or did not state directly that whatever private concessions they enter into is about PPP. And to that extent, you will see that why private entity will be expected to get its profit even from public provision of infrastructure, the Act did not so state that when you enter into this, you have to, this is the way it's to be done, this is what you get. But in other words, why the Act is not expressed, what they are doing, what each other sectors or whatever are doing is concerns the provision of their respective act, and at the same time is of practice. So it's one other major gap in the act. It's not so stated, even when you issue regulations, it's not so stated. So the other thing I want us to look at, that we can look at as gap in there, is the fact that no ownership is mentioned. And so when you enter into build, operate, transfer, own, build, operate, maintain, own, and transfer, the law failed to state clearly how or what is to be done about. In fact, in actual fact, no provision for ownership of infrastructure asset by private sector is mentioned. None does it provide for private operators to collect fees. It's not so expressed in the law. One other thing is that the power of the concession, I've mentioned it indirectly, the power of the commission under the Act is relatively weak. Weak and limited, because it's just provided for pre-contract regulatory guidelines. Yes, they have the right to do that. They can take custody of the already signed PPP by these other MDAs. They take custody of agreement, contract they have signed. monitor them for compliance. But I said no mention of sanction for any erring MDAs in the act. There's also no mention of relationship and coordination between commission and other agencies having one thing or the other to do in monitoring contract and specific rules. More importantly, one thing I noticed is that the laws provides or did not have provision for how dispute can be settled, especially when it involves international organization or private entity. We all know that those entities will usually prefer arbitration because they will not want to be tried under our law. And to that extent, international organization prefers to go into arbitration. And nothing is mentioned. In other words, there is no connection between the ICRC Act and what they call it treaties. What treaties Nigeria must have entered into. And we have private entities, international ones, that are taking up this PPP with federal government, even with state government. And like I said, they oftentimes prefer to go into arbitration. And because there is no link between the act and international laws, such as the Osun model law, they call it United Nations Commission on International Trade, which is the main law guiding arbitration between and within nations all over the world. You have the ICC. I can't, and authors have also said it, reading the law with the middle time, I cannot find the link between that, the law, and the ancestral law or ICC, the model for arbitration. So that is also a major flaw, because once that link is not there, international organizations that actually can take up big projects may want to step back. Other things are there. I said it makes no clear provision for procedural practices, including how a 16 sectors, the sectors PPP legislation, all those legislation that I've mentioned or the ones I didn't mention, how they connect, how they coordinate becomes very, very unclear. So I said the lack of synergy between the other laws and the ICC Act might lead to lack of coordination, even to some extent might lead to conflict of functions and discouragement to private entity. So my time is, do I say limited? To that extent, what I have suggested, I have said it before, I look at states. The only one I can find is basically Lagos State that apparently have a legal and regulatory framework for their infrastructural provision or infrastructural procurement. Osun State, maybe Mr. Chairman will help me. But to that extent, I'm saying that in concluding, that learning from Lagos State and to incentivize private finance in Osun, specifically, I deliberately put that, there is need for legal and regulatory framework aimed at fostering a sustainable, inclusive, efficient, and meaningful collaboration between the public and private sector. Private entity, especially the international one, will not want to go into any contract if they can't see some form of regulatory or legal framework that protects their interest. So that extent, please, I said creating a conducive environment for PPP in infrastructure development in the state. We know that drive public project development, enhance service delivery, create opportunity that will benefit every Osun State resident. So that is where I'm going to stop as far as Osun, because we are in Osun. Osun is our own So we have other recommendations that are mentioned, but my time is fast spent. And because my president has won, that even though I'm short, I should not take more time. Thank you very much for listening.
You guys appreciate Professor Abel Olaleyo. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so. You know, a professor of this caliber is always a delight to listen to anytime, any day. I feel like not I allow you to go, but you need to leave because of our time. Because you are a delight to listen to anytime, any day.
And I did not say that he's short.
Yes, sir.
He's not short. He's not short.
Yes, sir.
Professor Olaleye is not short. Or is he short?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to reiterate the fact that our president never said Professor is short. Thank you so much, Mr. President. So while the first speaker was delivering the first speech, a big wig in the state stepped into the hall, and that's no other person like but our own Commissioner for Culture and Tourism in the state, Honorable Abiodun Ojo, aka Fafa Banana. You're welcome, sir. Let's appreciate him. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. We have the honor of having you around. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to bring to the microphone once again the Public Secretary of the branch. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me see stand on the SST protocols. At this time, before we go further, while the program was ongoing, some of our erudite leaders came into the auditorium, and I want to sincerely appreciate their coming while I mentioned their name one after the other. But before that time, I want to welcome and recognize especially our father, both Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, and every other place who represents Babolubadan here with Fileri Abetiaja. Let me welcome Alhaji Oshupa. You are most welcome, sir. His cap is a symbol of Olubadan present.
We have already recognized. Time is fast spent.
Please, let me quickly go to
mention name. Listen. Time is fast spent. Some people are still going to Lagos, some people are still going to other areas. The commissioner is here.
Yes, sir.
He has state duties to attend to.
All right.
So all these recognition, long stories, we want to cut it short.
All right, sir.
So if you just mention those who want to recognize without embellishment, let them stand up for recognition and then we move on, please.
All right.
Let's face what we have.
Chairman of Lagos State, SS of Valua Bangola, you are welcome, sir. SS of Valua, Dr. Musibao, you are most welcome, sir. SS of Valua Alhaji Rasak Akiniyi, you are most welcome. SS of Valua Alhaji S.A. Adewuyi, IPC, you are most welcome. On this note, I want to invite to the microphone the commissioner who will address us here on behalf of the governor of Osun State. You are welcome.
Well, unofficially, before I start, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the governor of Osun State, here in spirit, or no, here in physically. The president of Nigerian Institute of Estate Value and Estate Managers and Valuers. Estate surveyors and valuers. I'm sorry, we are learning together. Estate surveyor and valuer Victor Adekunle Alonge. The state chairman, all of that state chairman here, gentlemen on the high table. The professor I met talking that will give some answers to. I can see from his paper that is from Ife. Abi, you are from Ife. Before I even talk, I will give him some challenges. You are from Ife. You should not be telling us about Lagos, Lagos, Lagos. What are you doing to improve Osun? It is highly disappointing. I'm sorry to say, sir. I went to Ife. You are a professor in Ife. No matter how good or bad it is, you should be able to a conclusive situation about Osun. Have we done this? Have we not done this? What have we done? I am very sure there's a bill about testing value that is being signed in Osun. Infrastructure development in Osun and Lagos are different. The stakes are not same. So, sir, I want to employ you. I want to beg you, do more for Osun. Because Osun letting down. Are you not professor in Ife? Finish. I'm holding the mic. I am holding the mic. So everything I say here, it is valid until you disprove it after I leave. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure being here on behalf of His Excellency. I'm really glad to be here because your organization is an organization we are working very closely together. Are we not? I will speak in two ways. I think I know I've seen some people here who are my landlords before. If you are my landlord before, raise up your hand. Okay, somebody is over his hand at the back. So we're working together privately and government-wise. We value you so much because you are valuable, because you value things. And as much as we are valuing, I usually put it in recent times. I think Mr. Chairman Osun involved in Henry Idisha. That just to tell you that we are doing what? We're working together. And I want to say, as a social member of the society, your work is very essential and delicate. It's essential because there are three basic things in life: shelter, food, and what? You are responsible for shelter. I said this somewhere, I was involved, I don't know. I said, I'm sorry to say, sir, that you people have created a lot of problems for us. What are the problems? There are some houses that overvalue some places. Not be so. Even lands. Am I right? I'll give an example. Sir, is it possible there are houses in Abuja, some people buy for 80 million, when you want to sell it, it will not be valued more than 20 million? Does it happen? I'm talking about practically. Is it okay? Like you have standards, you have members. No, I have people that will come at me to, Prof, I have a land I want to sell now, and Prof has some loose money with him. He go tell, very good place, Guarimpa, now 150 million. Prof has loose money, he has paid for it. But in reality, when he wants to buy, it's 40 million. It happens. It happens. So I want you people, please, to work on this particular thing. You know why it happens much, sir? A lot of our members, we work on percentage. The higher the volume, the higher the returns. Let us work on that. And like I said, you are very, very important to. Then again, look, I was listening to a radio program. This was in Osun. He was talking about house rent. That the man will do this, he will have this. At the end of the day, the house rent will about a quarter of the total package. The guy was now begging on the radio that they should not give houses to who again? Agents. Is it? That's what I'm saying. Is it agent because they affect your job? Me as a person, I'm not looking. I will look when I said I've had landlords there. Did I say I've had agents here? It's when you understand the more that we start talking about differentiation of the people. But in any case, when they want to give a dog a bad name, and they want to kill a dog, they give it that bad name. I want you people, please work on those aspects. Like my point was telling us, I should have infrastructural law. You two should work on that to make a streamline as to the workings of your association. I don't want to bore us about speeches and things because I know time is well spent. I want to give you the assurances of the state government that we are ready to do the best with you under normal and good conditions. And the national president, sir, I'm going to give you the assurance of the state government that whatever things that you need to do that is within the ambit of the law, that is going to be favorable to the society in Osun State, we will cooperate with you. Not waste time. I want to encourage our upcoming, because I think I can see some students. Are there students here? Please, as you are listening to us now, learn. You can be anybody. You can be anything. I pray you will be bigger than all of us here. But one thing, look first. Identify what you want. Cheap money comes, but it does not last. Talking to our fathers who are 50 and above is not a waste of time, but it's not the best. 25, 30, work for yourself. Work hard. You can make it. The sky is not your limit. It could be your beginning. But one thing, you need three things. You have to have integrity. You have to be sincere. You understand? And be as it may. Listen and learn from your elders. Not the bad things they are doing. No. Don't cut corners. Oh. By the time you cut corners, cutting corners might take you back to where you are coming from. Our elders here teach our young ones very well. God enables all of us. Thank you so much. You are welcome. You're welcome.
Let's appreciate him as he goes back to his seat. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. We appreciate you sincerely, sir. Let's keep appreciating him. Let's keep appreciating him. All right, thank you, Mr. DJ. You know, the Honorable Commissioner mentioned something the other time. It's no longer the norm, sir. By God's grace, things are changing. Tables are turning to the right direction. I know my president will still talk in regard to that. You see, evil thrives when righteous men keep quiet. But we no longer keep quiet as righteous men because evil no longer thrives. All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to bring to the microphone now, here's Matthew Ojo to read the citation of the next speaker. You're welcome.
The next speaker is Professor Titi Oladokun.
No, I think you are Holland and you are treated. I think you need to hold.
Yeah.
And the government is willing to work.
Professor Titi Oladokun.
I want to stand on the
Please, can we honor the governor as he leaves? Just let us be upstanding and appreciate the governor for coming around.
Professor Titi Oladokun is profile. Professor Timothy Tunde Oladokun is a professor at the Department of Estate Management at Adamawa University, Ile-Ife. He holds an MSc degree in Estate Management from University of Lagos. He also holds the Master of Science and PhD in Research, Corporate Real Estate Management at the Adamawa University, Ile-Ife in Nigeria. His research interest is in the area of corporate real estate management, facility management, and real estate education. Prior to joining the academia, Oladokun had 12 years experience in active professional practice. A top-bred professional is an associate member of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers and registered in the Estate Surveyors and Valuers Registration Board of Nigeria, SVABON. Aside sufficient industry exposure, Professor Oladokun is distinguished in the field of academic and research with over 60 publications in corporate real estate management, facility management, foundation and sustainability, and over 16 years of lecturing engagement in reputable higher institutions in Nigeria. He won the Emerald Group Publishing in UK Management Best Paper Award 2010. Timothy has published widely in both local and international reputable journals. He was the head of the Department of Estate Management of Adamawa University. At the professional level, Timothy was the Public Relations Officer, PRO, of Osun State Branch of Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. He leads, and somebody like me, I'm following. He was a member of the Corporate Affairs Committee of the institution at the national level. He is a member of the Board of Examiners of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers and a reviewer to many local and international reputable journals. He was a member of the Estate Surveyors and Valuer Registration Board of Nigeria, SVABON, where he served in the Education Committee as well as the Tribunal. He is currently a member of the Education Committee of both the NIESV and SVABON, and he is happily married. Please join me while I welcome Professor Titi Oladokun to the microphone.
Thank you very much, Brian. No, PRO. Mr. President, I want to stand on the existing protocol wasting time. So I am supposed to speak on this topic, the ethical practice of estate surveyors and valuers in infrastructure vision for being economic downtown. Without wasting time, I just want us to agree with the fact that the global recession is already a challenge all over the world. And this is putting pressures on both individuals and corporate organizations. All of them looking for ways out. How do we make things work? Because currently things seems not to be working. Currently things seems to be beyond the expectation of both individuals, corporate organizations, as well as even the government. But however, so largely infrastructure has been seen as a main driver of the economy. That if things will work, so then there is the need for massive investment in infrastructure. And this is what governments are doing all over the world, and even in Nigeria, as well as in Osun State. Well, we know that governments cannot do things themselves. And as service providers that we are as estate surveyors and valuers, we are relied upon for the success of most of these federal government projects. If government would effectively deliver the running and the governance, so then our services and input are so important. And that is why this is just an eye-opener to us to really see where we are as a professional body and to really be able to see whether we are prepared for the future. I know we know that real estate is so important Of course, research has made us to know that for individuals, houses and other things, so it takes about 25% of every household income or wealth. Now, corporate organizations, of course, it has been shown that every corporate organization has nothing less than 25% of their assets, so as real estate. And of course, government, of course, will know that they live on land if they will survive. And that is why Lagos State government will tell you that their oil is land. So then, if you will now continue to be relevant in the affairs of things, then ethical practice is so important. And that is what we show, whether we can continue to be relied upon as a professional body or as professionals, or whether or not. So then the society will have to look for options and alternatives. I want to first let us understand the fact that infrastructure, as people have defined it, so is the physical and the organizational structure and facilities needed for the operation of a society. If the society will work, there are physical, there are operational requirements and structures that may be put in place. And that is why government invests so much in this to make the economy work. And if they do that, then we must understand what are the various types. I have here that there are basically two categories of infrastructure. We have the hard infrastructure, and when you talk of hard infrastructure, you are talking of those economic infrastructure. We talk of transportation and this one, those ones are either regarded as social infrastructure like educational, like schools and the likes, health care facilities, recreational facilities. And we also have the environmental infrastructure. So where we have the provision of water supply system, self-reach, treatment plants, and the like. So these are the various ones. Now, where you now talk of providing that, because we are looking at what do we do in the provisions under economic downturn. So we want to look at in infrastructure provision, we are talking of the delivery. So the ability to bring it into functions, and it has a lot of elements. I just want to run through these elements. And the essence of this is that we must know that as professionals, we have key roles to play in a lot of these, in infrastructure provision. And until we understand those elements and be able to identify areas of our need, then keying into it and benefiting from it becomes a challenge. Now, there is a planning stage where it is required that this involves identification or identifying the infrastructural needs of a region. We have the financing aspect of it. Of course, we know that we are also important in infrastructure financing. We have the developmental aspect of it. So that talks about designing and construction of infrastructure. Then we also have the operation and maintenance. Of course, we are equally relevant. Government for formulation of policies, because we must understand that as professionals, we work maybe in the private sectors, as many of us are, and we have colleagues who work with the government, and we have people who represent clients. And that is why understanding all these elements becomes so important, because from whatever angle that we are operating from, then government and other stakeholders depends on us for effective delivery and for them to be able to achieve their ambitions. Then there is also the need for us to understand why should or why does governments or do governments of the world so rely or take recourse to infrastructure for economic development? Because a lot of things have been said. Number one, it provides the necessary physical and social system sustainable development. Of course, it also creates jobs and it fosters cohesive business environment. So where people can work. And so we know that all these ones makes government, even some government, to go and borrow money for them to be able to deliver all these ones. So infrastructure is a source of economic growth. So it helps for economic growth in the country. It improved the quality of life of the citizens. Then, of course, it serves to reduce poverty. And that's why government want to embark upon that. It helps to enhance competitiveness. Then for social development, so infrastructure is a factor. Then we have connectivity and integration. That is, it helps to achieve regional and national unity. Then we have political stability and security, as well as environmental sustainability. So, and of course, my prof has given us examples of where many of these things have been used. I also have some examples that I listed here in developed countries where infrastructure has pulled them out of challenges of life and has made life better for them in China, the United States of America, and India. Now, the focus now is ethics, behavior of estate surveyors and valuers. Let us remember the fact that estate surveyors and valuers are just a segment of the society or of professionals responsible for infrastructure provision. And in working with others, then we represent not only our individuals, as professionals, but we represent the professional body and we represent the regulatory body. Ethics has to do with how we do things. What is the acceptable standard of doing things? How should things be done? Well, maybe when I get to the front, I'll be telling us that it is a way to help professionals to be able to do things right. And that is why professional bodies like NIESV, SFABON will come up with a code of conduct. So really to be able to help and assist people so that while confronted with challenges of life, what do you do? And of course, and that is why any attempts at doing something that is against that, so amounts to misconduct. So ethics is a set of moral principles which normally governs a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. So how is it done? And when you look at it, most often the code of conduct is to achieve an objective, which is to uphold sound ethical standards and practices in service delivery. And that's why it is being done. Then I also want to emphasize the fact that ethics is the ground rule by which we live our lives. Every individual lives his life one way or the other. And it's a matter of conscience. The reason is because later I will be talking briefly about ethical dilemma. We have the code of conduct, no doubt about that. Many of us pass through that, or we have studied it in the universities, polytechnic, wherever we are, or we have gone through them in this. So, but yet the challenge, just like the commissioner challenge us now, is why ethical dilemma and crisis. So I want to quickly look at, well, the fact that infrastructure most often is largely dependent on what government does. Like I've said, that there are so many things, and it often requires or involves a contractual agreement between the professionals, the government, and other stakeholders. And that's why when you look at somewhere here, I was trying to look at who are those stakeholders. And in all these ones, because the services and the roles of the professionals are key to achieving whatever we need to do. So that in now behaving ethically is a function of the conscience, that is playing by the rules, obeying the laws, being honest in your behavior and speech, looking out for, well, the organizations and the professionals' best interests, and showing respect for property and people. These are ethical ways of doing things. And that is why it is a matter of the conscience. And that is why it is possible that somebody having gone through the list of ethics and other things could choose to behave otherwise, because his conscience then so becomes what guides him. So in spite of the expectations. Now, we also must understand the fact that some of these infrastructure provisions follow the World Bank standard for job procurement. That requires that if we will do that, of course, we must respond to requests for expression of interest, and later shortlisted professionals will now have to respond to submission of technical and financial proposals. So that's why I try to look at these ethical expectations. So from those two perspectives, so that when you are bidding for a job, when we are constructed or confronted with challenges or the need for us to participate in infrastructure delivery, especially when there is a request for expression of interest. So what do we do? Number one, it is expected that we should be transparent and honest. This is exactly what the commissioner was trying to put to us as a challenge. This requires that, EOI requires that, look, you are expressing your interest that I want to work with you and I want to do these ones. And of course, it requires that the professional who will be the consultant, will have to be able to project himself and showcase who he is. So in order to do these ones, it is expected that there should be accurate and truthful information about the qualification of all that will participate of it, their experience and their capabilities. And while doing these ones, it is essential that we should avoid exaggerating achievements or making false claims. Number two, there is a need for fair competition. Of course, anti-competitive practices such as collusions or price fixing, well, is not allowed. Then confidentiality, because there is a need or there are occasions whereby while expressing interest, so professionals will come across some information that pertain to the organization that desires the job, whether government or parastatals or government bodies. Now, there is a need for confidentiality, never to release sensitive information that is obtained or that one has come across, so during that process. And there's also the need to avoid disclosing or using proprietary information from clients, at least to go and serve maybe some other clients. Then it is also expected that when we have the opportunity, there should be commitment to quality. Delivering high quality solutions that align with the client's objective can never be compromised. Then there is a need to avoid over-promising results. There are people that go there that, oh, we can do this better than A and B. So this one is not expected. So, and that's why we are looking at what are the expectations at this stage. Conflict of interest, of course, as part of our code of conduct also, is the fact that where a professional has interest, it should be disclosed. Why a professional has any relationship or interest, so that can compromise at least or make him to be impartial. So this one has to be made known. Then there is a need for sustainability and social responsibility. Here, what I say is that, of course, to propose solutions that will consider or that could be considered environmentally sustainability. So this should be the concern of the professional. Then compliance with laws and regulations. professionals, we must understand the laws that set up whatever we want to. Because to pressures to ensure that we play along the rules. We play in consonance with the law. So that is so important. So we must know that that's a major expectation ethically. Then cultural sensitivity. We know that, well, there are, especially in this country, we are a nation of different cultures and other things. So there is a need for us to have respect. When we are doing this, respect the cultural values, traditions, and rights of those communities, so where the infrastructure is to be promoted. And here also, I want us to talk of the need for us to be accountable. Accountability is important. That has to do with accuracy and integrity of the submitted EOI when you are submitting an expression of interest. So there is a need for it to be transparent, and you have to be accurate in the information you are giving. Then we should be willing to explain or justify decisions that are made. So during this process, that is where accountability comes in. So whatever you cannot defend, whatever is not true, whatever cannot be substantiated, so it is important that we run away from it. Now, like I have said, some of these things, after being shortlisted and being adjudged, okay, worthy of going to the next session or the next stage. So we have to be that you provide your technical and financial proposals. So all these inputs that I'm talking about, they are so important. Now, if you are now opportune to be able to participate of the job, also, there are ethical expectations. Most of them are very related to other ones that I've talked about also, because I first talk about number one, which is transparency. Because as a stakeholder in infrastructure provision, we should strive to understand the project plan. I said it earlier, because if you don't understand the focus, the mission, and other things, so you will not be able to know what the client sets out to achieve. So it is expected that we should understand that, understand what is the plan, the funding sources, decision-making process. This one should be clear, it should be documented and justifiably approached to adopting different methodologies to get it done. So when we are confronted with these ones, we should now be able to say, okay, look, let's share the basis of evaluations with whoever the stakeholders are, so that we can also achieve the expected desire. Then there is a need for accountability. Of course, we must know that in the course of infrastructure provision, whatever is done, we must be able to stand by that, because execution is what shows that either the government or the client is done anything. So, and all the stakeholders, the communities, and every other all the beneficiaries. So that's what they are looking forward to. So when we are now doing these ones, so we should understand that we will be held responsible for whatever you are doing as professionals. Then fairness, that is access to all. We must be able to ensure that everybody has access to us, and that whatever we are doing will benefit all segments of the society. That should drive whatever we are doing. Equity is important. That is, in the course of this, we should avoid discrimination. Then, as estates of yours and value, it is expected of us to be environmentally responsible. That is, in the course of working to provide infrastructure, we must also strive to preserve the environment. Then confidentiality, I have said some of these ones, financial data, information, project details, land ownership records. Most of these we have access to them, not only because of rights, but because of the opportunity that we are involved in this work. So then it becomes important for us to be able to do that. Then we should avoid corruption. Ethical professions requires zero tolerance for bribery, favoritisms, embezzlement, and the likes. This one should not be hard of us. Adherence to professional standard, like I have said that we have our code of conduct and we have the standards for delivery of service.
practitioners will be able to pick one or two things and take home from this sort of MC. Because the idea of coming to an MCPD is to actually improve ourselves within, so that by the time we go there, we're refreshed and we know exactly how this relates to us. Sometimes people say it's quite true that infrastructural development is a process of improving a country's infrastructural components to aid its growth. In a country, the people of that country are its greatest assets. In other words, as Nigerians, we are the country's greatest assets. So somebody bothered me one day. He said, I'm worried. He said, so many people are leaving the country in this Japa syndrome, and that very soon we will not have competent hands in the country to man so many other things. I said, that may be so untrue. Number one, I wonder sometimes why there's such a huge concentration of intelligence within the Nigerian space compared to the rest of Africa. And I stand to be corrected. There's such a huge concentration of intelligence among us as a people. And no matter how many people leave, they're just exports into diaspora for us as a country. Those spaces here are not filled by idiots. They're also very intelligent people who are manning many things in the country as we speak. So the people of the country are its greatest assets. Next to that, it's its built environment. It's its built environment. The countries that you go to today and looks like a desert because there's so much underdevelopment in the sense that it has not attained, certain heights. I got involved with a country in southern parts of America, recently. And by the time I saw things in that country, I was like, if people in this country, as tall and proud as they are, come to a place like Lagos or Abuja, they will open their mouths and they will gape because of the level of developments in those two cities I just mentioned. And so we see how infrastructural development is underscored. There are four fundamental basic things that we need to consider for infrastructural developments in neighborhoods or in cities or towns that need to be robust. When they're not robust, there's an issue. Number one, road and transport networks. Number two, the energy mix, the power mix. Number three, communication. And lastly, water. I had an experience many years ago. A British man came to Ibadan. He came with a partner of Deloitte, the huge audit firm. And they looked for me. They were specific about getting to see me. And eventually, when I saw them, they wanted me to advise on a particular project, a housing project that we are planning for Ibadan. I'm biased because I've stayed all my professional life in Ibadan. So naturally, everything that wants to bring a project into Ibadan, I will encourage, I will sensitize, and I will do the most to make sure that they get my point. And they did get my point. And then they left. I saw the final result. They did not bring that project to Ibadan. This was before Governor Jimobi came. So it's quite a while back. And how did they describe Ibadan? They described everything else and said it's a city with narrow roads. And that singular phrase, a city with narrow roads, upon everything. They did not bring that project. Let's fast forward to 2025. If you drive through Ibadan now, you will see the expanse of development that has gone on in just road infrastructure alone, amidst so many other things. Now, I'm not praising any governor. I'm not giving credit to any particular person, but systematically over time in the last maybe 15, 16 years, we've seen a progression in terms of that kind of infrastructure provision. Why am I saying this? Every facet of these four fundamentals has improved with time. And what does this mean for the estate surveyor and valuer? Let's not kid ourselves. It's not as if when they are doing these projects, they are thinking or involving the average estate surveyor and valuer. So let's not say, oh, when they do infrastructure, they're thinking of us as practitioners or as experts. They don't think of us in that sense. They're doing it either because it's the next thing to do, or it's an election promise, or it's obvious that this thing must be done. And in that instance, while they do it, and this is my point exactly, inevitably, everything ends at the estate surveyors and valuers bus stop. We are the custodians of it all at the end of the day. When a new road is done, I went to Akalawe in Ibadan when it was fully developed, and I opened my mouth, I could not close it. You know why? I'm an active person in practice, and I was wondering why I did not participate in the process of the upcoming of this place. Of course, it was not announced. Of course, it was not obvious. The moment they put in major roads in Akalawe, development followed. Naturally, development will follow infrastructure development. Physical development, hotels, houses, office blocks, and whatever you have, institutions follow infrastructure development. And that's where, whether they like it or not, we're in the center of it. So I'm sure there's some estate surveyors that hardly leave Akalawe because they have enough work to do in that axis. And how? Because infrastructure development has benefited them. The same way, one day I went to October after a long time. I saw Domino's, I saw Foodco, I saw Just Right, so many places that, and I opened my mouth again for the second time. I said, where was I when all this was taking place? Estate surveyors and valuers inevitably will be in the center of the action of private management of property when infrastructure has been put together. Some countries are smart. They call something betterment rates. In the UK, when they bring infrastructure, they will naturally give you a bill and say, because we have bettered your property, so you need to pay this extra. It's made it too loud because I'm aware that there are controversies around tax right now, and we don't want to make that as a forward thing in this discourse. But I'm saying that there are people who benefit, even in terms of capital value. And that's why the representative of the governor, with due respect, when he says somebody will buy property at 40 million and sell it for 120 million, it is sometimes the effect of infrastructure that has been put in place that drives up demand for that area or that property and opens new vista. And of course, the betterment that should have been taxed is not taxed, and it goes to whoever owns that property. Are we together? So estate surveyors and valuers posit that infrastructure development maximizes real estate growth and values. It's true. Thus, as professionals in the built environment and land economists, it is crucial to take an interest seeking sustainable infrastructure development strategies by highlighting alternative and innovative systems for Nigeria's infrastructure development with a private sector-driven approach. As of today, everything we see, even in Osun here, mostly have been done by either the state government or the federal government. It is not enough to be able to achieve the kind of growth that we need in infrastructural growth. It's not enough. And many times, government projects tend to be on the table for too long, and sometimes even delivered haphazardly. You know, either somebody else somewhere and all that. So we need to begin to think out clear how we move from here and involve private sector both in financing and execution of projects. And I listened to earlier speakers, and I wonder, the clear question. You have regulatory bodies who are in charge of framework for infrastructure development in this country, have they even bothered to harness the potentials of the private sector? I was in, I think, New Jersey one day, and I had to get to a place in New York State. It's called Staten Island. And I needed to get there very early in the morning. I couldn't depend on the transport networks. So I called a limousine to come and pick me from my hotel. And it charged me $300. And I was like, wow, this is so extreme. And the man who was going to drive me there explained to me that since 1945, after the war, after the Second World War, they created a body in that part of America called the Ports Authority. So the Ports Authority drives the trains, the buses, and the roads, and the toll gates. And so when it picked me, between the time where it picked me and the time it dropped me off, we went through 9 toll gates. 9. And the man was counting it for me. 1, 2, 3 to 9. He said, so majority of the money that I charged you, mister, is going to toll. So I relaxed because I saw it was true. That's number one. Secondly, he did not have praises for the American system. He said since 1945, is it not enough? Every year they increase this thing. Have they not recovered their money yet? That's for countries that understand the rhetorics of this kind of thing. Somebody, called a regulatory body, laid it open and said, let's get investors to come in here and continue to collect money and recover your money. Why is the Ibadan-Ife road not tolled? How can you toll that? Because I don't know. But imagine that private sector-driven efforts are brought into that road, and then they toll it. And we have smooth roads all over the place, all around the country. We are not waiting at the place of when government or one governor will have mercy or one president will have mercy on that road. We need that. What we need is a framework that encourages private sector to come into these areas and do it right. Mark you, not just major highways alone. Why can't we have private sector driven things to create new town developments? Why can't we have it in creating new estates in certain services? Private sector driven. If you and I want to do it today, where estate surveyors will know the import of it, know it's going to be very profitable, we know the viability and the profitability of it is good. That's where it stops on paper. How do we get it going? We need these alternative and innovative methods that we can put forth to those who have the capacity and we're yet in the center of it. If a new town development comes up today, who doesn't will handle it? Essence surveyors and valuers, of course. No matter how they want to marginalize anybody, it is still an essence surveyor and valuer that will handle the sale. Whether it is a primary sale in allocation or the secondary sale after allocation, or even after secondary, essence surveyor and valuer. It cannot be removed from the benefits of infrastructural development. And so it is in our interest to consider what are these options. Let me not take time and be very quick about it. The first thing I said here is that regulatory need to come up with clear, encouraging policies that make it easy for people in private sector to say, hey, can we take on this and then take it on? Again, I'm not giving credit to any particular governor, but in the last 6-7 years of Governor Makinde in Osun or in Oyo State, I think a lot of people have been drawn into several partnerships with government to come and do one thing or the other. And it has worked because you see all these things coming up, and it's not just government money, it's an amalgam of both private sector and public sector cooperation. So we need to have a policy framework that encourages private sector participation and very quickly too. So number one here, public-private partnerships. It's been said about that, and it's what it says. The private sector comes in collaboration or in partnership with government, with the public sector, and they formulate on projects and get it done. There's so many advantages to that in the sense that private capital comes in. They're able to execute projects efficiently because the private sector cares about cost of funds, time, value of money and cost overruns. So they want to do it as quickly as possible. You know, and I was surprised at the Ikoyi-Lekki link bridge. It was done in record time. Now you should watch every movie. That's what we are showing as the montage, as the icon. You think every movie is being shot on that road because we are proud of it. It was done with private sector money and executed in record time during Governor Fashola's time in Lagos State. There's so many much more, you know, things that can be done with public-private sector-driven projects, and it's something that will bring finances on the table. The next one I want to examine is REITs, real estate investment trusts. The real estate investment trusts are companies that manage portfolios for income-generating real estate assets. Now, there's a misnomer in this part of the world. In advanced countries, where the concept of REITs was created, what they do is create or buy up property assets, and they take annual rent or annual income from those properties, and that's what they share among the owners of units of the REITs. When they brought the idea of REITs to Nigeria, and I think it was first Union Homes that tried that, they missed the focus and put it on the idea of just raise 2 billion naira, then 2 billion or something. Today, 2 billion is not much because 2 billion can come out of my president's pocket even as we speak. Just say, you know, it's one individual, 2 billion. So then was something. They had to go to the market and raise 2 billion. And what were they aiming at? To buy, to build, buy, sell. Well, that's not a REIT. That's a development company. That's not a REIT. A REIT would amass properties, have members, have people who, it's like unitization, and people who have units in it, and then every year, it's like we're trading for carbon or anything. We look at what we've gotten from rents, and the outgoings that went out of it, the rest we share. That's the idea of REITs. So if REITs are something that are potentially viable, it's something that we should look at again in the light of infrastructure development. And the Securities and Exchange Commission in Nigeria, I think they're the ones that are the first call if you want to start a REIT. So when you start a REIT and you can amalgamate 10 billion, 20 billion and raise that kind of money, then you can feel free to go to government and say, I want to take over Ibadan Road. We'll surface it and we'll pull it for the next 25 years. And that works because we have been able to raise money that we as individuals may not have. But in getting this kind of money through the REITs, we get it going. And there's no end to the possible application of what we can viable REITs to do for us as property advisors, as people who are interested in the built environment and estate surveyors and valuers. The third one is aggregator investments. And this just talks about, it will have been similar to REITs, but REITs will come to unitization. But this one comes with investors, investor funds. We can see insurance companies that want to invest 1 billion. We can see banks that want to invest 5 billion. We can see individuals that want to invest 4 billion. Aggregate those funds together. And that's why it's called aggregator investments. They can be used to execute huge projects as well. And don't forget that all this mix is not just roads. It has to do with even the power projects. You know, we don't have to always rely on whether it's IBEDC or a coal, whatever. We can have small, portable, neighborhood-centric power projects funded by this kind of things. And it's a reality. So aggregator investments, where investors come together and spread the risk by saying, I put in my bid, it's 5%, it's 10%, and then you get the whole of the 100% together. And that works very much. The last one I want to examine now is crowdfunding. Crowdfunding. The crowdfunding is a contemporary method of raising capital by soliciting small contributions from a large number of people, typically via online platforms. You know, if you've heard of GoFundMe, you know, it's something like that, you know. So crowdfunding, this approach democratizes, you know, access to funding, allows individuals and organizations to gather financial resources needed to launch innovative and community-driven projects. So with crowdfunding, there's no limit to what even a small body of individuals can achieve. And sometimes I wonder why estate surveyors not coming together and forming consortiums. Because when we form consortiums and go into things like this, we get underwriters to take it on. It's all professionally handled. We're in the center of it because we are the ones who understand what project is about to work, what project is about to make sense, and all that. Sometimes people are even sleeping on these opportunities. It is us who can possibly tell them and say, look, this can be done with side and service. This can be done because this project has come to this area and all of that. So embracing alternative and innovative systems for infrastructural development in Nigeria can unlock significant economic growth and improve the quality of life of citizens. By focusing on private sector-driven strategies, we can ensure sustainable and efficient infrastructure development. The word there underscored is sustainable. That will do one now, and we can turn it around and go to the next one without a long lag. Why? Because we've embraced innovation. We've brought things that would work on this on the scene. So engaging professionals in the built environment, such as SSF, is essential for achieving these goals and maximizing real estate growth and values. This, in turn, improves the country's domestic product, GDP, improves the quality of the built environment, and consequently, the quality of lives of citizens and the value of real estate in Nigeria. Let me stop here and hope that we've gained a thing or two. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate him once again as he goes back to his seat. Thank you so much, Oga. You did so well. I'd like to humbly welcome my president, who equally doubles as the chairman in session. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we're on course in terms of time. Please, I want to ask for absolute silence. We need to learn. We need to go away from here with additional knowledge of what we already know. So please, silence. I want to say without mincing words that we're all in agreement with me that the three speakers have distinguished themselves. They have given us very rich, excuse me, ushers. Please, what are you doing? What are you distributing? Can we stop, please? We will soon leave here, but we need to leave with something tangible. The three speakers have actually given us very rich presentations. And I must commend the Osun State branch for the structure of this particular MCPD topic. We have had presentation on the legal framework. We've had one on the ethics of infrastructure development. And the last one was more on the funding. And I think that is the tripod on which any successful venture, any successful project is actually built. So I want to crave your indulgence to ask that we give our speakers a prolonged round of applause, acknowledging their erudite contributions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think when the chairman was making his presentation earlier, he said MCPD has become annual ritual. I think we will change that. MCPD is not supposed to be held once in a year. We are professionals. and there are constantly changing phenomena in our practice. So how can we have MCPD once in a year? And I think we need to change that. For this type of MCPD that you have, I want to challenge your State branch. This is January, and you cannot tell me that you have held this year's MCPD in January. February, March, April, May, June, December, still have that. So, also, I'm expecting 2 more MCPD from you before the end of this year. No, this is a fact. And I think even at council, we will emphasize this. The structure of our MCPD, the way we do our MCPD is actually not, I didn't mean to change it. So I expect before December this year, 2 more MCPDs from Osun. Is it possible or not? Are you going to do it or not? Chairman, are you going to do it or not? That's not the answer. Are you going to do it or not?
We will do it, sir.
The chairman said you will do it. Is it difficult to do? You had NIESV or Jeremy telling you that the resources is too concentrated in Nigeria. So we have more than enough resources. You have practitioners there in Osun. You have professors. So what is your problem? You have accommodation. The hotels here are fantastic. So, in fact, I'm even going to cancel the next council meeting to say that the next council meeting after this one is coming to Osogbo. So get ready to host us in Osogbo. Thank you very much. We have listened to the 3 presentations. And I want to say that they are very, very, very good presentations. I took particular interest in Professor Laleye's presentation because the legal framework determines the success of any effort. And the infrastructure development, those of us who are familiar with infrastructure development and private sector participation, which is the focus of ICRC, we realize that we have made mistakes, but we are learning. There were a lot of lacunas in the law. And because, you see, Professor Aleye said a lot of things, very, very important. But you see, the legal framework is actually, regulatory is a subset of legal framework. A legal framework covers, I think there is one aspect that he conspicuously missed out, and that is the judiciary, the court aspect. A legal framework is comprised of legislative and the judiciary aspect. And you know, judiciary can be very, very powerful. They interpret the law. And then because of the principle or the listing of stare decisis, all right, they can actually, their decisions at times, because when they interpret, they can actually make a mess of the literal meaning of the legislation. Because, so that is very important. So the legal framework is actually the main, and the legislative aspect was completely of ICRC as originally done, was full of lacunas. And we got stuck at a stage, and that lacuna made a mess. The investment, the banks that supported us, First Bank, Standard Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, and so on and so forth. We all lost a lot of money. They lost money. And why? Because in that, we had what we call the sovereign guarantee. And that sovereign guarantee eventually came to nothing. And that was where we all lost money. So what I'm saying in essence is that when we look at this, the judicial pronouncement is a key aspect of the legal framework of our laws, the legal framework. Now, the regulatory is a subset of legislature. The law provides for regulation. It is the regulatory derives its own authority from the law. So it is actually, if you want to talk about regulation, we should talk about it in terms of provision and enforcement. So what I'm saying in essence is that our laws is evolving. The ICRC law, which is meant to actually provide comfort for private sector, I'm not talking of indigenous alone, even foreign, to come into our infrastructure development, is full of gaps, like Professor Olaleye mentioned. And I think that is an area. And you see, law drafting, legal drafting is a skill, is important. Legislation cannot provide for everything. There are reasons. That's why even when this ICRC law was actually amended, you still have those gaps in there. It is deliberate. Those gaps are supposed to be filled by the judiciary. And unfortunately, we have not had enough cases. So cases will have to be brought up so that those lacunas can actually be addressed. But we've not had enough. But most of the cases, the few ones that we have, they are more of pecuniary stuff. Like Babalaki's case. Those are just, what I would call they're pecuniary. They are not things that will eventually help address those lacunas. So what I'm saying in essence is that it may not be completely true that those lacunas were actually a mistake. They were deliberate. Even in England, most of the laws are deliberately made to be broad, and they expect the judiciary to come in and interpret and then fill those gaps. And those lacunas are actually dynamic. You understand the point? And that is where, again, in judicial structure, you have stare decisis, in which case the superior court lays the principles out, the inferior courts follow, and stuff like that. So I agree with you, but I think we also need to take note of that fact that most of those stuff are deliberate, and we need to work on our judiciary to actually come up to fill it, and also participants in that infrastructure, that's PPP, to take cases to court so that we can test and then we can set precedents and then fill those gaps. Nigeria is not a seriously litigious society. Most of us are afraid to go to court, like in NIESV, for instance. In our profession, there was a particular time that we said no member should take his decision to court. Yes, I agree. No member should take decision to court on, stupid matters. But where we need to set things straight, it doesn't mean that we go to court in an adversarial way. We can actually go to court for court to direct to set the record straight and to advise us, to tell us how to do things. So those are the things we need to actually consider. So I agree with most of your observations, but in terms of that the provision of ownership or infrastructure assets by private sector, that the act does not provide for it. You see, there cannot be one act to address everything. You see, there are other laws that actually speaks to ownership of assets. So whether it is in infrastructure concession arena or in national in other development area, so that is the cross relevance of our laws. So that's where if you take a matter to court on ICRC matter, you see courts referring to other laws to make their determination. So that is absolutely very, very important. So on the other aspect of alternative dispute resolution mechanism, the law, let's get this clear, Prof. The law will not tell you this is how you must resolve your dispute. You see, the law is there to guide you. There is what we call infrastructure concession agreement. You see, when you are entering into partnership with government, you draw up your agreement. And don't forget, our law recognizes the agreement even ahead of the law. As long as your agreement complies with the law, what both parties agree to in terms of obligations and responsibility and so on, the law takes it as superior to whatever the law provides for parties as the obligation. It is the provisions in the law in terms of obligation and responsibility is actually default. It is when you don't have an agreement. So in the agreement, the parties will agree how you want to settle your dispute. Whether you want arbitration, you want ADL, or you want to go to court. And when you set out to do arbitration, you specify which law you want that arbitration to actually be held under. So those are the things. It is not that it was a mistake. It is deliberate to give parties that freedom. Because if you restrict it right from the beginning, a lot of potential participants will be discouraged. You understand the point? So that is also very important. In terms of regulatory arrangement and so on, I think I agree. There is still more to be done because of the possible arbitrary nature, because regulations are made by executive. The law gives the executive the power to make regulation. The ICRC, the commission itself, is an executive arm under the presidency, and they make regulation under the law. So maybe there is a need for more, guidance in the law or procedure, so that, because in developed countries, the commission will be expected to lay their regulations before the parliament, for parliament to say, yes, what you have done is in agreement with the law and what we intended when we enacted this law. So those are the things, and I agree with Professor Olaleye on that. And to be honest with you, Professor Oladeokun's paper is very, very clear. Ethics is key. And I think it is important for us to actually look at our own participation. Not many of us are participating in infrastructural development projects now. But I want to tell you that this present government, their emphasis, and for the first time, if you look at the budget this year, 40-something trillion, it's never happened before. And substantial part of it is on infrastructure. You see, when we say infrastructure, like Professor Laleye said, there are hard and soft infrastructure. And if you are looking at infrastructure generally, you either look at the hard one or the soft one. There are opportunities there for estate surveyors and valuers. So we should be ready either as a secondary participant, like Dr. Jeleye said, that when we are aware of an infrastructure coming up somewhere, we need to look at the impact of it, economic impact of it, potential. We need to look forward, not wait until everything has been done and all the positions have been taken, and then we'll now be doing reactive work. So it's very, very important, but ethics is key, and the funding that Dr. Jeleye addressed, or Jewumi, sorry, Dr. Jewumi, Makojola addressed, they are absolutely key. And I was very, very happy when he mentioned, when he covered the issue of rates. For infrastructure, we have to go back to rate. And do you know what? We are failing in rate in this country because estate surveyors and valuers have refused to take up the challenge. Go to all the jurisdictions, the other jurisdictions, whether in the United Kingdom, in the US, or in Germany, or wherever, rate has been successful. Estate professionals have been at, the foundation of it. They have been. And we cannot blame government. The Security and Exchange Commission processed a law, I think as far back as, whether it was 2007, recognizing real estate investment trusts. But what have we done? What has happened is that bankers have seized that opportunity, and they can only act within the limit of their own expertise and knowledge. So they have steered rates along banking line, and that is why we are not making progress. And those of us who are supposed to be the actual drivers, we have shied away because we have been so immersed in agency that is giving us quick money. The professional aspect of our profession we have neglected. So I think it's touched on something that is crucial, and this is something that will be focused. One of the things that will be focused of our research and development. We have fund for research and development now, I want to say, and we are going to have. We are not going to leave it to academics alone. It's going to be just like RICS does, where you have academics and practitioners coming together and looking at a particular issue and then go into it. Give us, we will fund it, we will provide you money, but you must give us results, and that we will do. And I want to assure you that as soon as we finish our conference, that will actually be focused on. We will, in fact, before then, the guidelines will be out, and then the funding guidelines, the participation guidelines, and everything will be out. There is a committee working on it that we've set up that is working on it now, but we will fund it. And then these are things we need to, especially this rate. We have failed as a profession. We need to. It's never too late, because this is an area that we can thrive. Our members can actually be more engaged beneficially, and then because I wonder when I see estate surveyors and we struggle to even pay ordinary bills. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. It never happened in other jurisdictions. Go to South Africa, go to United Kingdom, go to the US. How can you call yourself a property professional and then you are suffering? You don't have a house of your own or a flat of your own. You can't send your children to the best schools. You don't have a car. I see some of my colleagues riding Okada. You want to come to branch meeting, you will come on Okada. No, it should stop. And it will stop by the grace of God. Thank you very much. So let me now throw it open for comments and then question and answer, and then if you want to make contribution, you're allowed, but you have to be brief. Can I have us take numbers? So if you want to ask questions, you want to make contribution, raise up your hand and we are going to take numbers. And when that number is complete, that's the end. Okay, question and answer, raise up your hand from here. No, you wait. I know you are. Yeah. One, two. I want a woman in that line. Any woman? I want to be gender sensitive. Okay, 2. Middle here. 3. Just one person in this whole line. No woman there. HOD, you are there. You are not asking question. HOD, Meji. Ire. Where is Ire HOD? Okay, number 4. Abi? Number 4. Here, 5. Are you raising up your hand or you are talking on the phone? That's 5. Any more? Now, to the high table. Number 5, that's 5. 1, 2. Any more? So we have 2 from the high table. So what is going to happen is the 2 from the high table will speak first. And then we'll go back to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Number 1. Please, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. President and Chairman of the occasion, noble colleagues, thank you very much for the privilege. I just want to mention 2 things. For me, the issue of funding, I want to appreciate all our speakers. I think they've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But the issue of funding, I want to relate to what you said about estate surveyors and valuers taking charge of REITs. And though the law is an issue also, and the mode of running REITs in Nigeria has its own challenges. But the challenge we have as estate surveyors and valuers, which I think facilitator can speak to, is about how do we come together when we are, how do we ensure we have a REIT when we are so miniature in our operations? I mean, everybody is an island of himself. We are all having firms of 2 or 1 person. So I've thought of it that from what you said, maybe if the big 6 or big 4 can come together and begin to look in that direction. But for us to be able to run an effective REIT, we have to exit this mode of having me, and myself organization as our firms. So if there are other challenges that we may have that I think our facilitator will speak to. Then you also said something about training MCPD. I think I come from, I practice in the state where we have been privileged to do about 2 or 3 every year. The critical thing is funding. And if I am also using this to appeal to you, Mr. President, though you said something about mandating the branches to go and do this. But the critical thing is funding. When you even do one MCPD, as far back as
5-10 years ago is 100,000 naira that the branch gets from the national as a support. And you know that is critical, especially when you are talking of, I know 100,000, yes. When you are talking of right now, I know that my brother here, the chairman and the team, I know what they will have gone through to put this together. If they have to repeat it again, I don't think it will be on the premise of 100,000 naira. Because even if you do two, you get only 100,000 naira. So, Mr. President, sir, if you look into that with the council, I think it will be a lot of support for the branches. Thank you very much.
Yes, second person.
Mr. President and distinguished noble colleagues, I want to appreciate the lecturers of today. I only want to point out an angle and aspect to this discussion, which has to do with politics. If we are talking of infrastructural development and funding, politics in Nigeria is not played the proper way. The government in power, the moment the developer of such project or development is not from their party, they want to kick against it. I will give a practical scenario. An individual that want to put a tar road in a community. The government insisted that it cannot do it because they believe it want to use to gain a political, cheap political gain. And that project was stopped. So we also have to look at that aspect, politics in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No, wait. You see, I think I need to respond to the last speaker's observation. A government cannot override the law. If a PPP was properly entered into and complies with the law, no government can stop it. And that is what I've just alluded to. You have a contract and it is stopped under a PPP law or whatever, and you just agreed and go to, you challenge it in court, except if you knew that the circumstances under which you got it was also questioned. Maybe you didn't comply with the law, so you keep quiet. But if you actually went through proper process and a government came and say, no, you can't do this, you go to court. You go to court. And I will give you an example. There's a project that we're about to start in Lagos. It's called the development of Royal Market in Adeniji. We've been on that project for the past, I think since 2011. We've gone through, well, thank God in Lagos, it's just one party, but different governors. So we started when Fashola was there. Fashola was about to leave. And we went through. But the point is, when we started, I was part of what is this market in Yaba? Tejo. And I knew the problem, because there was, for the concessionaire, there was no proper legal title. It was just an MOU or whatever. And that affected a lot of things. So when we started this, I insisted that we must have a CFO, where they won't give us that CFO. What we did was, local government under the Nigeria Constitution, they own market. They should give the CFO to Lagos Island local government. Lagos Island local government said they don't have money. I said, well, we will fund it, but we will debit you in our arrangement. So we provided the necessary fund. We went through the process. A CFO was issued to Lagos Island local government. And then on that basis, an agreement, a concession agreement in form of a development lease was executed between us and Lagos and our local government with the state government's understanding and approval. So when that was executed, I still went through the process of making sure that we got governor's consent, because we all know this is what we do on a daily basis, advising our clients. Without governor's consent to an agreement, it is not tenable in court. You can't enforce it. So it took us another round of, effort to get the governors to sign it. Eventually, Ambode signed it. When Ambode signed it, we did not stop there. I'm just telling you, if you want to go into PPP, this is a PPP arrangement that we went into. The next thing we did was to go and register it at the deed registry so that our title becomes unchallengeable. We went through there. There were monies to be paid, which we paid, several billions we paid. So that was there. Now came the time for us to start the work. Well, the big man told us, we were actually watching the political situation. You can't do this because the other party will capitalize on it. You want to displace people from their shops and so on. But when it was time for us to do it, we found out that the local government has started another process of bringing in a Chinese company to come and do the work. And when I saw it, I laughed. Do you know why I laughed? Because I am protected by law. I laughed. And the governor was not actually aware of all that we have done. So the local government chairman just went to the governor and blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, if that is the case, then let's see. So it started the process. But when I got wind of it, I went to the chairman. He was recalcitrant. He was not even ready to talk to me. He didn't know what we have done. So I just called the governor, look, I have to come and see you guys. And we went to him. And the man was shocked at the level of preparation that we had. So when he saw what we have done, he just called the judge and said, look, you are wasting your time. Because we will go to court. And if you go to court, we will win. So if people are now, they have demolished that place for us now. We have taken charge. We are going to develop it now. But people have to understand that if they have proper legal title to an agreement and political this thing is trying to be used, go to court so that we can develop our law. So Tomide, I don't think that person, he had proper title to proper distance to that concession. Maybe it was just man no man during one government, and when the government changed and they told him get away from there, he knew what he had done, he just ran away. So that is something we need to. So when we are involved, when we are advising, let us understand this. Let's do things properly. Let's get knowledge, because knowledge will make us to understand how we go through it. And I'm sure we're on the right path. So number one question.
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, it is a privilege having you here today, sir. And we don't take it for granted. And most especially, most of our students see Mr. President physically, without taking any officer. Students, it's a privilege that we will have Mr. President barely Osun State. We don't take it again for granted, Mr. President. Yes, my comments, or rather questions, will be in 2 lines. I mean 2 aspects. One is about what Mr. President has been saying, the legal framework that Professor Laleye
talk very much about. All these laws or acts that you quoted are federal laws. But when you see act is a federal law. And everybody know that it is so difficult for any government to meet all the infrastructural demand of their state. States. My question is this: how can the university or even our institution make sure that these arts are domesticated in the state so that the government of each state can benefit, and eventually the estates of yours, like the top presenter said, where infrastructures are developed, we are serious. How do we do it? How do we go about it? So that's number one, sir. The one is about the resources together. Is it possible in Nigeria? How many people have pulled resources together and succeeded? At the end of the day, you will discover that, like Mr. President said, they will find themselves in courts when somebody
What the president said there, how many colleagues, how many surveyor and valuer have gotten that capacity to go to the length he went to in that project? And himself, when he was going through it, how many SS surveyor and valuer have you carried along to partake and learn from it? The domestication of the act, the various acts, we just get about the heart from a professor. Do we have our library, institution library, where we have all these acts? These acts are accessible by practitioners to inform their partaking in this PPP. The most important thing, the legal framework emphasizes PPP, the funding exercise PPP. So definitely it's the PPP that we should look at. But what is the practicality of our involvement in this PPP? How do we launch into this PPP? It was mentioned the other time that the bankers, they are trying to hijack this. You see, our launching to the PPP, we may have to synchronize. We may have to synchronize with some other
professionals if necessary. So how do we do that? Or among ourselves, how do we even, like the former president talking about consortium, most of the people that are talking about consortium, most of the past presidents are talking about consortium. Even themselves, they are not ready to form any consortium with anybody. So the domestication of the act in the various states, I want the president to look at that. Then every state, very lucky for us, we have many states branch, many state chairmen here today. Do you have library in your own? Do you have library in your own branch? We have to have access to most of these things we are talking about. And the president, your involvement in the project, have you ever cared to put it into paper, even for others to learn how to be able to launch into partaking in this kind of project? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, when I introduced ESV Bukujala Yemen the other time, I told you he's a forthright person and he says this as he sees it. You know, he has accused the president. And he's not afraid to accuse me. And I totally agree with that accusation. But I think he has actually said what is important. I'm sure the facilitators will respond. And I also want to say that, yes, when I was going through that process, there were a couple of estate surveyors that worked with me. So the knowledge is not just with me, but the leadership. Original number 2.
Thank you very much, sir. So my question is, or let me say my questions are,
what is your name? Where are you from?
I am Jimo Sodiq Babatunde by name.
Are you a fellow?
No, sir. A student, sir. Yes, sir.
Go on.
Thank you very much, sir. So my question goes to the third speaker. So he mentioned crowdfunding. So I actually want to ask how feasible it is to finance infrastructure projects through crowdfunding in a country where people tend to focus more on the economic hardship or hardship in economy than the lights in government policy. So that is the first question. So the second question is, can crowdfunding actually replace the traditional financing system, the like of the government bond, in financing or funding infrastructural projects? Thank you very much.
Number 4.
The president and the whole house, I only give kudos and appreciation to the resource persons. They really did justice to their papers.
Your name, sir. Your name, sir.
I'm starting with the legal framework, that paper presented by Professor Ibel Olaleye, which was brilliantly presented. And what I discover in his findings, as regards the flaws in the law, that's why the Infrastructure Corporation Regulatory Commission Act, which is germane to the infrastructure development in Nigeria. And we will notice in Nigeria now, that is why all of us are suffering. The concessionaires, they don't do well. Most of them don't perform well. Even in the power sector, that's why we are suffering. They are hiding under these flaws. The same thing with the management of big projects in Nigeria with our concessionaires, and some are even sold, get into the wrong hands of managers, leading to the impoverishment of everybody here. the power sector, as we are here now, we have received power failures, power outage many times here, which is very, very unfair. If we have other nationals here, they will just be embarrassing Nigeria. These flaws in the law, why do we address them? What are the measures to be taken to address these flaws to sanitize infrastructure development in Nigeria? Now that this withdrawal of oil subsidy now, they are now gathering funds now, forwarding them to infrastructure development in all the states. Which means if these laws are not sanitized, they are not amended to take care of all these flaws, all this development may be a failure. Our venture management may be faulty and will not even benefit much from it. And I will now advise, if it is possible, our presidents there, and we have been receiving good news that you are performing very well, and wish you more success and turn in your office. Now, I know that you are the first president that held your inauguration in the Aso Rock, which you are so close to our president. We really commend your effort and your connection. Now, I would like to make a suggestion that our president can lead a team to sponsor an executive board on this infrastructure development. Now that even ESS of valuers will actively participate in it, whether you have a contract or not, you will permit either as an employer or as an employee. They will employ ESS of valuers to come and head management of this estate. Even if they can give the concession to somebody who is not a professional there, you know, Nigerian nature. They don't look at academic qualification before their work contract. But they will employ a professional to go and head this sector pertaining to the management. I wish you to just expedite action to sanitize this infrastructural development sector. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Yes. NIESV. Number 5. Oh, no. You're HOD. You must ask. You must ask a question or you must contribute. Okay. Chakwadi has decided to bail you out.
Good afternoon, sirs. My question goes to Professor Lale. Sir, legal framework. Okay, my name is Esther Sovios and Valua. I won't get to at yesterday, head of departments, Gateway, ICT Polytechnic, Shahapadi, Ogun State. My question, the legal framework is very important. The legal framework is very important, as mentioned by the Speaker and emphasized by Mr. President. Sir, what are the professionals doing in ensuring adequate from the government, and what could be done by practitioners to receive adequate recognition by the government in formulating?
Repeat your question.
Okay, sorry, sir. The legal framework is very important, as mentioned by Mr. Speaker and emphasized by Mr. President. Sir, what are the professionals doing in ensuring adequate policies from the government, and what could be done by practitioners to receive adequate recognition by the government in formulation of policies? Thank you, sir.
Number last.
Thank you very much, sir.
Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President and distinguished noble colleague, my name is Estate Surveyor and Valuer Dr. Adenle Olaniyan from Osun State Branch. Sir, I want to first of all appreciate the speakers for doing due diligence to the papers. They have done very well. And I also appreciate Mr. President
for finding time to be here, even out of his busy schedule. We appreciate you, sir. Sir, as the last person asking question, definitely 2 of my questions have been addressed. So, but I still have this to ask, sir. The lecture has been given, and I think within my mind, as a professional, at our level here, I'm looking, the way the lecture was going, I was actually thinking, where do I come in here? What can I offer here? How do I participate in this kind of exercise? And I discovered that I don't really see a specific area. And I want to ask.
Because you have not looked well.
Sir, let me talk that way, sir. So I want to ask the speakers, at least area of our competence as an essay surveyor and follower. You know, so many students are here, sir, and they will be interested to know that, okay, as an essay surveyor and follower, what can I do? What can I contribute? How can I do it? What are the area of my competence that I can apply in this area? Because when we are giving lecture, when we are talking of competence, we must also talk of what comes to our boss at the end of the day. So, and when you don't render service, there's no way you can get something, sir. So that area is very, very key and very, very important to us. That is one aspect. The second aspect of the question is that, sir, must one be an essay surveyor and valuer before he or she will be able to participate in the PPP exercise? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Those are very, very good questions, and I think they represent all of us. I think there is somebody online who wants to ask question. Is the person still online? Okay. There have been a number of questions, and I think our resource persons are can we okay. Can she send a chat so that our facilitator can actually respond? So there are questions. I think the first one by our honorable is about local domestication of ICRC in states, aggregate investment. I think that one will go to Professor Laleye, the possibility of domesticating the ICRC in states. The aggregate investment, is it possible? Investment fund, that's Dr. Ojewumi. ESV Bukojalayemi, accessibility in terms of our members to the act, involvement of our members in participation in those acts. I think these three facilitators can actually look into that. Then crowdfunding, Babatunde students. You want to know what crowdfunding is? I think ESV I keep saying Ojewumi will address that. ESV Razak Akiniyi, I think your observation that the flaws encourage failure of PPP, Professor Laleye would look into that. And the challenge to NIESV about bill to amend ICRC Act. ESV Awonuga, how do we achieve recognition of professionals in policy formulation? I think Dr. Dr. Joe should be able to answer that. Then ESV Dr. Adenle Olaniyan wants to know how estate surveyors and valuers can participate in infrastructure development. And must you be an ESV to participate in PPP? The answer is no. That one, I can tell you, no. PPP is an investment. But in looking for advice, I think we can be part of it. So I will now yield the microphone to facilitators to address these questions. Professor Olale.
Thank you very much, sir. I will crave your indulgence, sir. Maybe before going into the question, just a comment on the REIT thing. And maybe along the line, we can also, I must have answered some of the questions there. REIT, like Mr. President said, I'm happy and I want to say that because of what Mr. President told us about the research thing. That should caught my attention. And we pray, sir, that something come out of it so that we can all, because for some of us, it has always been what have been agitating in our mind. I used to tell people, like Dr. Adele is saying, we have a number of things that we have not tapped into. I was telling people this issue of securitization, REIT, and all that. If we can get something done, we will see that we still have a number of jobs that estate surveyor and valuer can do. In actual sense, we initiate a research that is on board about the challenge. In other words, we are bothered about why is REIT not working in Nigeria. Because I know since 2008, we only have 3 probably in the public. Yes, we have a number of them that are only to know. We have Sky Shelter. I'm not sure whether it's still, okay, I think they sold it to SSF something. And then there is Union Home and then the UPDC REIT. Those ones are public, but we have some other private. But I think the major headache, yes, the research is still on. We will get there when hopefully the fund will be able to get some of this fund to do some of these things, sir. Thank you. So that's why I'm elated, and I should just mention. Thank you very much, sir. Because even when we are saying the banks are taking over, yes, but REIT is actually a type of what SCE and the Security and Exchange Commission we call a collective investment scheme. They have an act covering that, and REIT is actually one of them. On the, so apology for taking the time, sir. Domesticating the arts. That's why you will see, sir, that I kept telling my chairman and all of us together in Osun that we need to actually put us together. See, thank God you are here. You can help us. Then maybe it's going to be, I wouldn't know whether that would be an executive thing or that would be, is it the parliament, a parliamentary member that will do it? But what I'm saying is that we are agreeing together there is need. And that was what I was saying when the commissioner was thinking that I said, Osun is not doing anything, and I'm citing an example. Lagos State had one. I mean, they have one. And I was only saying that we can benefit and learn from what they have done in terms of getting to domesticate this art. So we can start from learning, having learning experience from what others have done. So the other thing that looks like it is strengthening the law. EFZ, say my Ogade. Yes, what measure? I think the president has addressed some of these things. When some of the concessionaire fails, instead of just going back, I think they can test the law so that there will be a judicial pronouncement. Judicial pronouncement will then remove some of these flaws. Like Mr. President rightly said, yes, why there are flaws, the law, no law can be all-encompassing. And it is when we test this law, it is when there are judicial pronouncement, again, regulation. That is the essence of regulation. The agency in charge can issue regulation. For example, the Extra Bond Act is the legal framework. But the Extra Bond itself can begin to issue guidelines and rules as to how we can do our evaluation, as to who can do it and who cannot. So what I'm saying in essence is that we can test some of this rule. I remember sometimes that this barrister, or what do you call them, SAN, Falana, was talking of autonomy, resource control, and all this for state. He was now saying states can decide to do some things and see whether federal government will talk. And when they talk, they will settle it in court. So there are times we have judicial pronouncement to actually remove some of these flaws. Then, so meaning that our actions too can help us. What we do, we don't always keep, do I say keep quiet? It is not all the time that you go to court to become enemies. There are sometimes you go to court to test or to be able to have pronouncement as to what you can do. Like Mr. President said, for that extent, SS of your can sue SS NIESV now. Thank you very much. I think the one that concerns me, except probably one we want to also contribute somewhere. Question on your side? Or contributions to the question? Contributions. Even when it's not directly to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Somebody asked a question about, when you form consortiums that you probably end up with people having hidden agenda and then it ends up in court. I hope I'm right. I think one of the easiest solutions to that will be how you contrive it from the beginning. It will be essential to look for people of like minds to work together. But not just that. In today's age and time, we have arbitration clauses. Arbitration is faster, more open, and probably prevent frivolous quarrels. I just got this job. You are the one that brought it. All those things should be more easily taken care of with the open total system or arbitration. So that can be put in the agreements right from the beginning, and it's like it helps prevent unnecessary quarrels. Crowdfunding, how feasible? Crowdfunding, you'll find that it's somewhat less formal, less technical. It's more driven by emotions and passions online. Oh, we have this project that I want to do. It will promise you. Can we have one house, please?
Please, let's have silence. We're almost rounding up. I'm sure we are gaining from what we are doing this afternoon. Thank you.
So you find that using the tool of crowdfunding to raise money, you discover that it's less formal, it's less technical. If you want to float a company to become a public liability company, and you approach the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the criteria, the number of things that you need to do, the number of professionals you have to involve are so many that you'll find is highly technical and it will take a while. Crowdfunding is much more informal. It's online, it's less regulated, and It's a matter of scaling now. You cannot say you want to do Lagos Ibadan Road and then you want to use crowdfunding to do it. That's on a level of scale, it's unrealistic. So whatever it is that you think, you can approach, on a matter of not too big a scale, is what you can use crowdfunding for. And not only that, don't think that you go out there and you want to create a platform for crowdfunding and they want you to succeed. No, people have to be confidence, people have to test you, people have to even know who you are, what your pedigree. And so it's something that you probably need to approach gradually, and there's no magic wand around it. But a clear example of crowdfunding is this Sukuk. We see Sukuk 4 Pond, that has been going. It's an amalgamation of or aggregation of monies that are non-interest earning, that have been put together for projects. But on a bigger scale, if you want to do crowdfunding, start small and up gradually, and ready to fail before you succeed, because it's not something that would necessarily automatic. And remember what we did approach, we said alternative and innovative financing system infrastructure. So all these things are an innovation that can actually hold, and it's a process. You can't just say it and then it happens. It's a process, and many of us, when we approach it, we learn from it, and others will learn from us in the process as we embrace it. I once had a dream to start a REIT. It's not rocket science. All you just need is a clear statement out there of who you are. And if you have other partners too, they will create a profile. And people have a bit of confidence to say, oh, these people have a track record, and we can put something down on the line and you prove yourself in no time. Why? Because we are the real estate people. We're the custodians of understanding of true viability. There are too many people out there now who claim, oh, I'm a big developer, I'm a so. Hello, the real brains that can understand by instinct the real estate industry are the ones who are trained like us to do it. And within us, even if I don't understand something, I can come to NIESV Otitola and say, look, what do you think about this thing? He gives it to me. I understand immediately, he gives it to me because we are co-professionals. It's not like outsiders who really don't understand it and then the mumble and jumble, which comes to the idea of can somebody who is not an SSW participate in public-private partnerships? Yes, they can. The outcome might actually just be a bit different than if complete professionals who understand it and are doing it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think once again, can we have a round of applause for our facilitators? Let it be loud, please. They have done very, 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 very well. On behalf of the branch and of the institution, I want to thank you once again for what you have done. Thank you for your time. Thank you for knowledge you have shared with us. And also for us that we have listened. The Yorubas will say, Oniyanse, Olobese, I think you deserve a round of applause for yourself for being part of this success. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And I think we have a closing remark, right? No, general remarks will close. Good. I think the closing remark would be that this has been a successful MCPD outing. And I want to thank the branch for hosting it. But please, it doesn't end here. Your communique, your paper, and whatever should please be prepared and then send it to us. And even your observation, some of the questions that have been asked here and responses, please send it to us at the national so that we can also, we can act on it in our way. And thank God your chairman is a powerful member of council. We'll be able to handle it. Thank you very much. And I think the next thing is presentation of plaques. Is it the PRO?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And without much ado, I'd like to bring to the podium our own digital chairman, ESV, please, Honorable Adekunle Adedoye. Let's appreciate him as he comes. Please appreciate him. That's my digital chairman, a powerful member of the council.
I'm sorry, I have not publicly acknowledged my appreciation of the progress of your chairman. I'm aware that he's now part of Osun State government. He has been appointed special advisor to the governor of Osun State on housing. I think he deserves a round of applause. This is something that I'm very proud of. And I keep telling him, in fact, when we went for his installation as High Chief in Bagan, I told Kabiyesi, I said, this young man is just starting. I will not be surprised tomorrow if we come here, if we are invited to his inauguration as the governor of Osun State. So congratulations, my chairman. I wish you all the very best. Your progression will continue to be ordered by God, and no human being will be able to obstruct it. Anybody that tries to obstruct it, Holy Ghost, fire! God bless you.
Thank you very much. My president, the 26th president of Nigerian Association of Estates of Yours and Valuers, Estates of Yours and Valuer, Victor Adekunle Alonge. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you for being there for us all the times. There's no difference between Adekunle Alonge and Adedoye. Adekunle. Everything is Ade and Ade. Can we give him a round of applause? Mr. President, because of our time, this is time to present plaques to the presenters. And I want to humbly invite you to do the needful before you take your leave. We mention their name one after the other, then you do the presentation. Mr. President, I'm the one to anchor the program, and by the power conferred on me as your branch chairman, the chairman of Mr. President, you are the one to present the flag to Estates of Yours and Valuers, Professor Abel Olaleye.
To be the best, number one. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh, I believe. I can count. Stand up for the champion.
Estates of Yours and Valuers, Professor T.T. Oladokun.
For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up. For the champions, stand up. Thank you very much.
You should clap very well now. These are the
close. Now it's just
somebody
once
clap. College of Technology, we clap better.
We have our strengths and
the next person is Estates of Yours and Valuers, Marco Jeremy.
To be the best, number one, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. For the champions, for the champions.
At this point, Yoruba used to say, "Ebula tó ń gbẹ̀yìn ìgbàlẹ̀." It is high time for the Nigerian Institute of Justice of Laws and Valuer, Osun State branch, to appreciate the president of the Nigerian Institute of Justice of Laws and Valuers, the father of the branch, the son of the branch, and everything of the branch, Justice of Law and Valuer, Adekunle Victor Alunge Omonile. It is time, but at this point, sir, please, I will be glad to call all the IPC here seated to please join the chairman, because we want to present the plaque to the president. And I will be glad to invite all the past chairmen from Oyo branch here present to please join at the same time, because we want to give a plaque to our father.
To be the best, number one, nothing less. Patiently, I have vision, I believe, I can count on my stand up for the champions.
Mr. President, the Nigerian Institution of Justice of Laws and Valuers, Osun State branch, is giving you an award this afternoon, award of worthy and distinguished award, presented to Justice of Laws and Valuer Victor Adekunle Alonge, the 26th president of Nigerian Institution of Justice of Laws and Valuer. Congratulations, sir.
Please, we can do better. We can do better.
To be
better. Please, now last together.
Destiny, I have waited patiently.
Please, I want to call on the council member here present. Please have a picture snap with the president. The council member here present, please come and have a picture snap with the president. Council member, please come together, please. Council member, please. Council member, please. I want to invite the executive of Osun State branch to please come and start with the president. Executive of Osun State branch to start with the president, please.
It's just like that's how it is. We have our strength.
Executive member of Osun State branch to please come and start with the president.
Can't you see? I'm on the victory for me. Stand up. The champions, the champions.
Executive member of Osun State branch, please come around. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us give them space. Please, all presidential entourage, so please come around. All HODs in the house to come after all the entourage, please. All presidential entourage to please come around and start with the president. Presidential entourage. Presidential entourage to please come around.
I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh, I believe.
Presidential entourage.
I know I can count. All the champions, stand up, stand up.
Presidential entourage.
All the champions, all the champions, stand up. All the champions, all the champions, stand up, stand up. Stand up. All the champions, all the champions, stand up. Stand up. The champions, the champions.
We are local government. That's the last step. Local government to come around. All local government to come around. Please, let me use some of this. Local government. Lecturers in the house, please. Please, lands, staff, Ministry of Lands, the president, sir. The president, sir, please, your children are here. The senators now. Ministry of Lands, please come around. Ministry of Lands. Okay. Practitioners. Practitioners. Practitioners and head of firm. After that, vote of thanks follow, please. Okay. Mr. President, the chairman, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol as I give the vote of thanks that, Mr. President, we appreciate your time for coming. We appreciate all the executive members that are here, the council members. We appreciate you, all the chairmen that are here. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming. We sincerely appreciate. At this point, we want to say thank you to all members that came for this particular program. We appreciate you all. God bless you. God bless you. Please close it prayer. Essence of your and value. I want to announce to the house that MCPD or your state branch is coming up on February 27th, 2025. February 27th, 2025. The team is land availability and housing adequacy collaborative efforts among governments, developers, and experts and valuers.
صلوا على النبي الكريم صلى الله عليه وسلم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم وأنت الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen. We thank God Almighty Allah for giving us the opportunity to complete this MCPD today. We pray to God to come and be with us so that all things we gain this MCPD will be of great benefit for every one of us. We thank God for our president, Jesus Adam Valua, Victor Adekunle, for his ability to be here today. We pray to God that we and every one of us will reach our destination safely. In the name of Allah, the beneficent, most compassionate, and merciful. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لك ونعم إنسانك والأبطال صلى على النبي الكريم.